welcome in everyone. Sorry, I'm not as organized as I would like to be today. Apparently this is now a running theme. Disorganization! Boy Wonder had his endocrinologist appointment this morning. So by the time we got done with that, drove home, stopped at the store because they wanted us to pick up some things for him to try to add to his diet. And then eat lunch. It was basically time to start. I had like a few minutes in Carrot Stream. But then, here. So I just wanted to, I'm not quite as organized as I would like. But here we are. Welcome in, Alex. Congrats on first. Oh, gotta press start on my things. Okay. I don't know. But this is where we're at on the castle. This is, I think, going to be like that, where you can like open it or close it. This is like the start, the lever. But we decided on like 8 bags, a stream. So we're starting on bag 9 today. We already have 3 of the 14 minifigures. And we did 4 of the 11 stickers. So we might as well be like halfway or a third of the way. Oop, my light is in the... There we go. I will figure out something. Welcome in, Devin. Congrats on second. I still have eyeballs hanging from my arm. My camera arm thingy. Sorry, I'm trying to get the little like light. Glow light, whatever. There we go. That's better. So we will start on bag 9, which doesn't look like it has like a ton of pieces in it. And we're going to be building another minifig. She looked almost like a librarian. Like what I would think a librarian would look like. Our bag of little pieces. The baby bag. And then there's a little bit of regular pieces. But I hope everybody's week has been going well. Nope, not the piece I thought it was. So we have body, head. She's supposed to have a book. So here's the back of the book. The front of the book, which is printed. Yay. There's the inside of our book. We need hair and skirt. Yay! So they've really gone in on this streak thing. Because, I mean, it was there before, but now they're, like, messaging you. Like, hey, somebody might lose their streak, or you might lose your streak. So they've really gone in on this streak thing. Congrats on your 3-stream streak, Alex. So she only has one face, no double face. Let me put her book together. The little inside part just says Once Upon a Time. Welcome in, Mac Builds. I was lurking in yours the other day. I've got to at least start putting like, hey, lurk in people's. Well, I don't think they really have like a name because per se, like, I don't think they really have, like, names, but here's her little pre-printed book. The cover. Because it's not, like, from a certain thing. Like, it's not, like, Goonies or like, the Sanderson sisters. Like, I don't think they really have a name. Clip on. There we go. Let me see if I can pull... I don't think they have names on the thing either. No problem, Alex. You do what you need to do. I'm looking at the thing for it. I don't think it has, like, names. No, they're almost just like villagers per se because it's Transylvania. So just kind of like villagers. A Drapion. Ogre Scorpion. Okay. Night Ball or Cipher Ball. Let's try Cipher Ball. Must have one because it didn't say I didn't. But welcome in, everyone. No, I'm horrible at like just picking a person, putting them on at a low volume, and then going and like never saying that I'm in their stream or like watching or anything. Hydrate. Okay, let me pick up this brick I'm trying to pick up, or else I'll keep. Yeah, they're like town folk. So this doesn't actually go there. It's like an option for the tombstone. But I just set it there so I wouldn't lose it, because for now it's fine there. Okay. Turn this. They want us to put... I mean, I guess you could name them yourself. Trying to make sure it's like even. But it's all black, so it's hard to see. The guy did say he liked Technic, so I imagine there's going to be some like interesting use of Technic pieces. So put that in here. That. And then right here, if I, can get it in without knocking something else over. There we go. So it doesn't move, but that is maybe, I don't know what that's gonna wind up really doing. Sorry, I was trying to get you guys like, kind of even with it so you could see kind of head on what I was doing. I don't know how well that will work over time, but and because apparently as of late I cannot be any sort of organized. We are doing it as we go. Sorry, this is Technic little pin does not want to go in. Come on, it just wants to keep sliding out the other side of this instead of... Okay. Hopefully that's right. We're sorting hat? Okay, Devin. As soon as I get this connected right, I think I'm doing it right. They're both kind of the same on either side, so maybe I just had it put the pin pushed too much one way or the other. But they line up that time. I think when I was cleaning this past weekend, the floating hat got put over here. Yep. It got just like thrown with all other crochet products. We were like, look, it's crochet. Throw it with the crochet stuff. Thank you. This is from last Christmas time. Me and Fantasy both have the same, obviously different sizes, but we have the same sweatshirt. Congrats on your 3-streak watch, Mac. You and Alex today. 3-streak 3-streak watch. That's what I want to say. Blah 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 words. Yeah, but we have Boy Wonder had his endocrinology appointment this morning, his follow-up one. Um, he was seen what 6 months ago, so May. Yeah, that sounds right. Um, and so they're releasing him because he is not a candidate for growth hormone shots or growth hormone medicine. However, his bone age is younger than he is, but being that his growth plates are still way open, they're saying it's actually good that his bone age is not what it should be. Um, but, they are worried about his weight and now want him to potentially see a GI specialist because they're like, if he eats as much as you say he does in a day, he should be putting on weight, and he's not. So now they're worried that he may have some kind of thing that's like stopping his body from absorbing the nutrition the same way. And my kids have always grazed. Like, they eat breakfast, and like an hour or two later, there's a snack. And then they eat lunch, and an hour or two later, there's a snack. And then there's dinner, and then there's a snack. So they've always kind of grazed throughout the day. They still eat all three meals, but they graze in between. And I try to only really have like healthy snacks. So we have like a bunch of those meat sticks, but ones that have like zero added sugar and things like that. Or we have a bunch of the Bavita snack ones, like the little like breakfast bars or like the little cookies. And we have lots of Annie snacks and made good snacks, but he's not really gaining weight. So he's like 2% for his height, but he's like less than 1% for his weight. Like there's a distinct difference on the growth chart, and so now they're worried about that. Lego builds are very black. We put them together like the because roses are red and violets are blue. I put Lego look together look because it's a fun experience. Um, so when we see his pediatrician, which I waited too long to call his pediatrician, like because we're seen on base still because we're retired, and that's the military or the retirement insurance plan we took is that we're seen on base. But I didn't realize they were down to only like 2 pediatricians. So I wait when I called to make the appointment, they're like, yeah, you're not going to be seen till like the end of November, even though his birthday's in September. They were like booked. Well, I waited a little bit past his birthday because I forgot, cause life. But so they're like, talk to the pediatrician and see if they want him to go to a GI specialist. Oh, that's okay. I'm putting it on the wrong spot. There we go. Thank you for the lurk, Devin. Um, so yay, we get to see all the specialists. First, we saw sports medicine, and then endo, and now possibly GI. I mean, he went to the GI doctor no, I guess it wasn't a GI doctor. When he was like, I don't know, like 5 or so, his doctor was like, he's functionally constipated. Like, he can go to the bathroom, but really he's constipated. Because, like, what's coming through, like, they're still getting stuck inside, but what's coming through is, like, not all of it. So he saw a doctor for that. Which, hello, I know that's probably TMI, but between the two of them, we've seen all kinds of specialists. I think the only ones we haven't seen are like neuro and cardio. What it is I think my genetics won out a little bit too much, and they have a bunch of autoimmune stuff. I think my genetics were a wee bit faulty, but somehow became the dominant, you know, set of genes that they took after. So they They wound up with like a bunch of autoimmune stuff. And like if you have one autoimmune issue, you really have like four autoimmune issues. Nothing that like is too bad. I used to say nothing that really stops them from doing what they want, but his knee issue does in fact stop him from doing what he wants because they don't want his knee either knee to dislocate again. So, but they gave us some other like you know, Ensure and Boost and like muscle milk and stuff like that, like protein. Yes, he like 2 years ago. No, I guess a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. No, I guess it is 2 years at this point. He was playing at school, like waiting for the bus, and two kids behind him were messing around, and he got bumped and fell off the curb. And they're like, he did something to his knee when he fell. And so I took him to the doctor, and we wound up going to like an urgent care place, but it's just for like sports injuries and like things like that. Like if you think you broke your arm. Um, and so we took him there, and they said, it's hard to tell from just the x-rays. So they scheduled him an MRI, and they found out that he dislocated his knee. So essentially, when he fell and his knees hit the ground, this kneecap just slid out and slid right back in. And in the on the MRI, they also found out that so like your kneecap, right? Underneath your kneecap, there's this little bone that's like a notch. So that when your kneecap sits on top, it only allows it to go so far. He doesn't have that. His is completely smooth, so his kneecap can do whatever it wants. Thank you, Lego with Fonzie. Welcome in. This my friend Steal Your Heart. She has a redeem on her page where you can get her to crochet things, and I redeemed it, and she crocheted me this wonderful sorting hat. Yeah. And I'm not talking about your knee. I'm talking about my 15-year-old's knee. But then this past February, uh he was in his room, and he was just standing there, and he heard the no answer. I hope you get a yeah, he's missing, like, his is a growth abnormality. Like, essentially his knee didn't grow the way it was supposed to. Underneath, like, he doesn't have that notch underneath his knee. It's just naturally completely smooth. Um, but then this past February, like I said, I set an alarm to remind them to take out the trash on trash night. And he heard it, and he quick turned. And when he turned, this leg stayed planted, and his knee just dislocated and came back, like just hung out there. Like you could see his kneecap off to the side. And he like barely skimmed it with his hand, and it slapped back on. And they're like, so they did another MRI of that knee, and they're like, yeah, it's on both knees. So eventually he's going to have some kind of reconstructive knee surgery um to fix it, because according to his sports medicine doctor, like every indicator, there's multiple things, like anything, any kind of disorder you have, there's like this, check this, check this, check this, check this, but like everything you could have to show that this is going to be a chronic problem, he has. He's had a special x-ray done from, like, they basically put him in a machine, and he put his arms up like this, and they x-rayed him from the waist down. And like his legs are like not a straight line from like hip to hip to like the inside of his heel, it should be like a straight line. His line is like bent in a little bit, and when they look at the x-ray and they look at like where your knee is, it's got like more bubble to the inside than he should. So they're like, he's definitely got issues with his legs, and they will all need to be fixed eventually. But it's compounded by the problem that he is not the correct size he should be for a 15-year-old. When he went in May, they did a bone age scan, and it shows him that his bones are younger than his age. Like their growth line is younger than his age. And in his case, it's actually kind of better that it's that way, they explained today, because if his bones were measuring the correct age, but he still had all that space in his growth plates, they would have to be more proactive. Like maybe he would have to go on growth hormones and things like that. But because his bones are measuring younger and it still has that much space, they can allow him to try to catch up himself instead of having to do things. Plus, he's starting like puberty on his own, so that's a good sign. I asked like a bazillion questions today to get like, because I'm like, okay, it's different than what his sister had because she just went on growth hormones. Why will you not click on? What the hedge? There we go. I just knocked something off, but I don't know where. I heard a noise, but I don't see anything. It's fallen off. Yeah, so that's what we did this morning. It's like weird to explain. But he did grow from last time to this time. And I knew that before the appointment because one, he's taller than me now. Not by much, but some. And I had to buy new pants because his pants didn't fit anymore. So he is growing just like at his own slow pace, which is fine because his bone age is measuring younger. Not this again, where I used the wrong blue because they all look the same. Oh, I probably did it right there. Did I do it right there? Yep. Because when I'm originally looking at it, it doesn't look blue. It looks gray. And then I notice later. But yeah. Weird science lesson for the day. You know. Weird kid growth crap. But yeah, so the idea is that hopefully his growth plates close before his knee dislocates again, and that way they won't have to potentially maybe do it twice, because that's what the sports medicine doctor is worried about, that if they do kind of the reconstructing now, that when he finishes growing and those growth plates close, that the thing they put in is no longer big enough, and then they have to do it again. So they really want to wait until he's done growing. Which part of me is like, just put him on growth hormones so we can speed it up and he can get it fixed. And the other part is like, no. Oh, okay. We're going to do another sticker. Sticker number 3. Oh, Alex, thank you for the shout outs. I need to write myself a note to add Mac to the auto shout out. to my lazy list of shout outs. That's what I call it. So that's our sticker. Supposed to be like a scroll. I don't know if you can really like read. Actually, it looks like runes. Like what's the word I'm wanting? Viking runes. There we go. Like, which piece do I have in which hand? So this set is the Bricklink, I think Series 5. Adventures in Transylvania. Maybe it's Series 6. I should know, but I don't. Oh, it is Series 5. It says it right here on the little page. Little booklet thingy. I guess it's not really a booklet, more like a flyer. There are just over 4,000 pieces. Yeah, there's nothing keeping it really in place besides the muscles around it. So they said on the x-ray they could see where it has like floated around and like hit the other bones in his leg and like left bruises on them. You're all right. I'm glad you like it. I put like this crafting wire. Oh, you can't see it. I didn't. This crafting wire I cut and I kind of threaded it up through the sides to give it the ability to stand up. I need to put I got it from Steal Your Heart. Let's do shout out Steal. Sorry, I'm henpecking to type because I'm reaching over my set. But I got it from Steal Your Heart. Maybe you can convince her. I think she's taken commissions once before. I think for a Dratini from Rad Builds. But I think I need to put some more like in the brim to give it like structure so it doesn't just flop over my head, like over my face and make it hard to see. Like maybe if I put some like craft wire here, I could like, you know what I mean, make it kind of stay up a little bit. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like do this instead of just bloop. Maybe that's what I need to do is like thread some through here and give it like shape. I mean, it has shape, but you know what I mean, like so it didn't follow my face. Like that. And then I'm like, I can't see. I can't see. But yes, Steal Your Heart. She did a fantastic job. I love it. I crochet, but I would not attempt this. She is a far better crocheter than I am. In fact, she taught me to crochet. Speaking of my crochet stuff, I was thinking about putting it in Discord and and you guys can order them if you want. Not that any of you are interested in it, but with Christmas coming up, you guys can buy them for presents and I can use the extra cash. Okay, we have a couple extra pieces, but they're all pretty normal extra pieces. Okay. I do love this hat, but I get irritated with the brim. I can take it off. Now my hair is all floofy. Sorry. Fix the ridiculous amount of hair I currently have. Okay, and let me do my check marks. So I make sure I do all my redeems, or else I will forget about them. That is how I keep track. In Firebot, it gives you like the little list, like so and so redeemed this or that or the other thing, and you can check mark them, and that's how I keep track whether I've done them or not. I'm glad that you like that hat. I love her hat. I love it so much, the hat from her. And then from the Hogwarts website, I got I may have a problem. I have a Norbert. The Norbert dragon. It's a headband. And then I have Dobby ears. And then I have this guy. I forget what he is. But I have this guy. And then I have Mandrake headband. And a fox headband. And a sorting hat headband. I may have got a little carried away. So really, for last Christmas, my husband got me the Dobby ears. And then it was like Memorial Day or something. They put all the headbands on sale for like $10. And I was like, I must have them all. So I bought all the rest of them. So now I have many, many, many Hogwarts headbands. But they make me happy. And if needed, they're a tax write-off. There we go. But welcome in, Fonzie, and thank you for checking me out. You feel free to tell us about yourself if you're a streamer, even if you're not a streamer. We are what I fondly like to call cozy chaos in here. You never really know what's going to happen, but we're pretty cozy either way. No, this way. A bearded autistic Viking who builds Lego. Well, that sounds fantastic. Listen, I read, as in the title, and there's lots of books about Vikings. They're probably inappropriate, but there's lots of books about Vikings. We do a variety of things in here. We build Lego, we craft, we talk about books, we play video games. I just turned the page and didn't place the item. Go me. I'm just gonna hold it in my hand forever. Who knows where it goes. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. I know I don't own that ball. Fantasy ball or feather ball? Pokey cat. Apparently I can't type. I will make sure to check you out. Okay. Let me click your name / follow. I know I love Max cats. They're amazing. I don't own that ball. Fine, whatever. Then I'll just do pokey catch, and if I catch it, I catch it. If I let my cat in here, she would just try to destroy everything. Oh, Mac, I saw this other lady, she's got cats and that's her whole content on like TikTok or whatever. Her whole content is really about her cats. But she bought these treats. They're like freeze-dried minnows. And so when I was doing the Chewy order for the lady of the night, I added a bag and a bag of freeze-dried rabbit. Right, she succeeds in taking things apart. She literally took my wreath apart over there. I gotta eventually put it back together. So they're just like wee little baby minnows, maybe that big, but they're freeze dried. That's the only ingredient, minnow. And let me tell you, she loves these things. Like you open the bag and you like hold it out to her, and she's like, her eyes get all like saucer. We call owl eyes. They get huge, and like she runs over. She like rips it out of your hand, like, give me it, it's mine. And we bought like it's little bits of rabbit that are freeze dried. I'll have to look up the name for you if you want to try it or look for them. Okay, no, you're a blue brick. I don't want you. But so there are a couple places we get treats from because of like it's an ethical company. Like the one place we get treats from, they buy produce from farmers that farmers can't sell because the yam or the sweet potato doesn't look perfect, so it won't sell well in stores, or like stores refuse to buy it. So they buy those from farmers, and that's what they use in their treats. And then plus like their bags are made out of like post-consumer recycled plastic. It just the company has good ethics in general. Yeah, like it's just whatever, for whatever reason a company won't buy them. There's two companies here in the States where you can order from them. One's called Misfit Produce, and then there was another one that we were buying from for a while. And then they said they couldn't deliver on base anymore, so we had to stop getting them because they wouldn't agree for me to like meet them at the gate. I was like, if you message me that you're on your way, I'll go wait out at the gate, and I'll you can check my ID and give it to me there. And they're like, no, we don't do that. And I was like, okay, well then I won't have to, I can't get it from you anymore. But essentially like produce that wouldn't sell in the store for cosmetic reasons or who knows what reasons. Trell, welcome in. Congrats on third. See, I wish we could, but like big chain supermarkets don't want to buy it. I wish there was like, I would go to like a discount or whatever, like grocery store where they're like, because who cares if the orange looks a little misshapen or if the peach isn't quite your normal peach color? You know what I mean? Like, it still eats the same. There is like a discount grocery store that I found the other day near us, but I need to see like what times they're open. Okay. My brain is like, I saw this piece a second ago. Where is it now? There it is. So, this piece here. Okay, then we want to tip this up. Yeah, I think, yeah, in the lower. And then like that. Let's move it just a smidgen. Now listen, as long as the produce isn't going bad, I don't care what it looks like. Dented cans, I don't care. I'll buy them. Welcome in, Kevin! I was like, is it not the right piece? It is. Just can't make it connect. I hope you're having a good day, Kevin. Not that piece. I don't know why my brain wanted to pick up that piece. Well, that's good. Some days you need to be like relaxing. Okay, it says this piece here. And then this piece. Oh, okay, I see. Then brick, if I can turn it the right way, is here. So from the other day when we were building, we have a little skelly man underneath the floor and a rat. And then we have, I knocked her off. Over here, I think it's like an urn. And then like, like a tribute, what are those things called? Why would my brain not work? Mausoleum. There we go. I knew it would come to me eventually. I think it's like a mausoleum. There's two of these, and this one. So this way. Here and here, and then this. I picked up the 4 instead of the 3. And then like this. Oh, it wants it with the bricky part inside. Nope, you're blue. here. 3 number 6s. A giant tower. And a 4. Group those all together. Okay. Black on the black. And you are here. We have you. I get it. Yeah, right on the edge there. But one of the things I liked about this set was that instead of just like being like a lot of the sets are, where you have them open and you see the inside on one side and the outside from the other, this one you're going to be able to open and close, so you can spread it out and see like outside on one side, inside on the other. Or you can close it and it's a full building. Kind of like not the Haunted Mansion set. What did they call it? Yeah, I guess it was the Haunted Mansion set. I don't know. I call it the Haunted Mansion because it looks just like the ride at Disney. But you opened it and you could see the inside, or you could close it and it's a full building. And also the Home Alone set is like that. You can close it, and so it's a Sanderson sister set. You can close it and it's a whole building, not just inside outside. And honestly, they made those 2 Disney castles, but both of them were the same, where it was like that, outside, inside. I want a Disney castle that you can close and it's a whole castle. Lego needs to get on that. I would buy that castle. I would spend $400 on that castle, because that's what the castles have been. Like $400 or something. Is anybody getting the Goonies set? I like the Goonies movie, but I don't think I'll be getting that set. I would pay money for just the library from Beast Castle. I moved that back because we're building something that will later get put in it. So. I have the tree and the upsize Santa minifigure for December.
I love everything. We just need broccoli.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, the boy came in and said it's his night to cook dinner. So he was letting me know he checked over what ingredients we need, or if we have them all. He's gonna make beef and broccoli in the crockett pot. in a couple minutes, when we get ads, I'm going to have to go ask him where he is on his schoolwork since he had the doctor's appointment this morning. What a Kufant, which is a copperderm magnet. I don't know if I have a magnet, but we'll just do pokey catch. I think we'll probably play Satisfactory again on Sunday. So if anybody has the game and would like to join in, there you are. Click on, you turd. There we go. I think it's gonna like click on like this eventually. Eventually, when we've built all of it together. Pinch. Pinch. Doot, doot, doot. I was right. So we get it all lined up and then get it to click on, without popping 10 things off, because that's usually what happens. So we have our little curving staircase here. As I said before, this guy in like the description was saying that he really likes Technic. So I imagine we're gonna have some interesting ways to use Technic in here. But we'll see. Well. Felt like I was resting on a block or something. Where'd you go? Because I was. It's probably the one I just popped off. There we go. Okay. Here. And here. Come on. Okay, where's the single dot go? Oh, I see it now. It's right there. Where did my... Oh, there's my bongo cat. Bongo cat. There's the bongo cat code if anybody wants it. I forgot all about it because today I'm super disorganized. Ads are going to start in about a minute. They will run for 3 minutes. By running them for 3 minutes, it gets rid of pre-rolls, and we all hate that because you don't want to get pre-rolls and then like 5 minutes later get regular ads. So that's why we do them for 3 minutes. And then we only do them once an hour, so not as much disruption to the stream. I feel like these should be like this, but they obviously have a plan. So we'll put them the way the picture shows. I know ads don't give us a ton of money, but you know, it adds up over time. If you're subscribed or you have Turbo, you don't get ads. It's not a ploy to get you to sub because I try not, well, I don't build during commercials, and I try not to play the video games during commercials. Sometimes it's hard because, you know, the game goes the way the game goes. Sometimes there's not always an option to stop. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's nice. Look how fancy that looks. I should have showed you guys first. Well, we'll probably build one for the other side. We will. So I'll show you that one before I click it in. But that looks really fancy. I like it. And when ads start this time, I'm just going to run out and check and see where he is on his work. Oh, there we go. I will put you on Be Right Back, and I will be back before Oh, sorry about that. I did intend to be back before the ads were over, but his computer was being super slow. And so it wasn't loading so that I could show him what I was talking about. Or so he could show me what he was doing. He technically goes to public school, but it's public school at home on the computer. So it's just me making sure he's done the assignments that he's been assigned. Okay, that one goes there. And this one goes here. And most of the time he's good, but what they're working on now in English is like writing, and he's not all about that. He doesn't enjoy that part. So it's a lot of me going, did you write what you were supposed to write? Did you read it so you could understand what you were supposed to write? It's not his favorite. Look at that. Let's see if we can. There we go. I'm digging the railing there. Very nice. Very Gothic architecture. Now we need a skull and a leaf. And of course, like the one I picked to put that on is like actually gets a leaf. I feel like that's not right. Pretty sure I did that. Have a whole extra one of these and some other pieces that I don't necessarily think are like normal extras. Come on. Come on. Hear a crow just having a field day out there. Yep, that's that. Okay, maybe I messed up here. Let's see. So, with the 3 on the back and the 1 on the bottom, then we have this big one and the little dot, and this. Oh, then we do it again. Come on, snap on. And then there's this. Oh. That does fit on a wee bit better. Okay, there's that piece. I don't know if L's are typical to have left over. Okay, apparently today I'm not good at building instructions. Did I skip like whole steps? I think that's what I did. It was like, yeah, like I skipped a whole step. Because I did that, and then I must have skipped this step. I know I did that, and then these. Okay, now what I have is normal pieces. Apparently, I'm a bad builder today. But also, I feel like that should not be entirely surprising to anybody that I cannot follow directions. Because that's kind of me. If I have not had to unbuild because I skipped a step, we haven't really been building. Okay, we're gonna do another minifigure. This lady looks like a blonde business lady. She could be Janet. Damn it, Janet. We may have to start angling up just a smidgen. So, torso, hair, head, and legs. It doesn't show her like holding anything, so. She does have the double face. Ooh, there's her. And her wavy blonde hair. Maybe a realtor like trying to get somebody to buy it. Does anybody have any plans for the weekend? I don't have any solid plans. I keep seeing. So I liked this page on Facebook. It was like places to visit in Arkansas. And there's like this cave thing you can drive through, and they put Christmas lights up at it, you know. But I don't know when the Christmas lights start. Um, or maybe the zoo, because we have a zoo pass, so it's pretty much free except for like the little bit of gas it takes to drive there, and any like snack they want, drink snack. So maybe that, because honestly, you can never go to the zoo enough. They got a Komodo dragon this summer, and I feel kind of bad for her because it's just one. She's all by her lonesome. I mean, really, they should have gotten at least a pair, even if it was two females, two males, a male and a female. Then they could breed them. But yeah. So I do have to do the dreaded adulting tomorrow and go grocery shopping. But Target is having some pre Black Friday sales. And one of the sales is like their matching family Christmas pajamas are 40% off. So I'm definitely going to pick those up while they're on sale. I mean, we're going to get a pair each anyway, so I might as well pick them up while they're on sale. Too watching over me. No, sometimes I feel like I should go. Where are you? Carry on, carry on. Okay, you are the right one for that. And then there you are. Another one of you. And a cap for you. And you go over there. Are you straight? That looks straight-ish. Rotate, 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 rotate. Too far rotate. I need to look if I have any Pokey gifts to give. If you haven't done your Pokey daily, here's your reminder. I've not done mine. Need a little wrench, a little wrenchy wrench, and a dot. I always put the dot on first and then put the wrench in, because otherwise I push the wrench too far through and then, you know, it doesn't really sit. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 of you, and a you. Almost a table, maybe? Pillar? Something like that? We want to leave it this way. Did I do that? Oh, I did that backwards. Silly me. Take 2. Definitely a pillar versus a table then. That. Not you, not you. You. Like this. And this. And this. Come on. Push on. Okay, and now these guys. What? Building some kind of display, I think. If I can get this to clip on. Nope, that's not the right piece. There you are. When I made this desk mat, I was like, oh, this will be perfect. I love it. And now all the black pieces just blended. Ooh, that's fancy. I like that. Okay. Like a whole pillar thing. It's very nice. I almost feel like it should have like a little light in the middle, but you know, like it could be like light the way at night. Then again, Dracula's castle. Wander around at night at your own peril. Where are they? You are. Okay, put the angle piece on here to give it a little artistic flair. I'll put you there. We're gonna build another. Eventually another like railing, I believe. So we're doing another like little pillar thing. I had an email from the daughter's school because they had Atlas testing a couple weeks ago, and they're like, if your child did good on the Atlas test or whatever, um, like depending on where they scored or things like that, um, they might have earned that and a combination of something else. They maybe potentially earned a day off from school, like an authorized absence. And the kids who didn't will still go to school like normal, which is kind of weird and almost punishy, but whatever. Some people just don't do well on tests. But I believe she earned the day off. Because when I went to look at her attendance thing, that day on the calendar was like blue, and when you hovered over it, it was like district authorized absence. So I'm pretty sure she earned the day off. Which is kind of cool. But at the same time, I feel bad for the kids who didn't get it. Because if you're just a bad test taker, and it's an Atlas test, there's no way to like fail or pass it. It just gauges how much you know. Okay. Here. I feel like this should have went on before the fancy pillars. But what do I know? I'm really liking that. Okay. Really? Nope. Did these backwards. There's a little fancy topper to the bookcase. That's what's in there is a bookcase. So it's like fancy top of the bookcase. Pokey spawn incoming. And well, Sir Skit. So I feel like every time we go to the zoo, we pretty much take like the same route. And thus, always, the kids always are like, okay, I'm done at the same roughly the same area of the zoo. And then I feel like there's like one part of the zoo that we almost never go to because they're like, no, I'm done. I'd like to go home now. So maybe if we go to the zoo this weekend, we'll go the other way and see that part of the zoo that we almost always miss. Which, funnily enough, is like the tigers and the rhino and like that kind of like bigger animal. Okay, so I have it this way so you guys are seeing like what I'm doing. Would you prefer it more like top down? Or like kind of like out and to the side and down? It's kind of what I normally have. I don't know. I always feel like the angle is not the best and that I should change it. But maybe that's like a subconscious thing, not a you guys thing. Like just in my head. And I want to say I worry about nothing else in my life as much as I worry about like doing well on here. And it's very disconcerting. Okay, normal leftover pieces. I lost 15 somewhere. Nope, you're not 15. There's 15. Let's set them off to the side. Okay. We need a tombstone looking piece. And, oh, I don't even know how to describe this other piece. This thing. So, it didn't show a sticker on there, so just that. And then that piece there. Put a little more light for you guys. And I worry it like reflects off the blocks too much. Yeah, that looks right. Okay. We want this upside down and here. And then we're going to push this through and it's supposed to connect all this together. I say supposed to because, you know, best laid intentions. Well, that worked. I just needed to use the brick separator to give it more oomph because it was hurting my finger. Oh, all the pieces for this step. Okay, there we go. All the pieces collected, so it wants that. I mean, that's definitely creative. I would have never thought to do it that way. I wondered how they were gonna like make that work because technically that brick is upside down. But if they use a giant one or even just a smaller one, but it covers it, that works. That's kind of what I thought they were gonna work out somehow, but I have learned that the guessing is usually wrong. Okay. 3, 6, 3. Come on, snap on there. There we go. And this. There we go. Come on. There we go. 2, 3 and a quarter. These little gray flowers. Then 3 flames. And a candelabra. It's supposed to be like candles in this instance, which works because the flowery part looks enough like melted wax to work. You know, like it's melted down. That's pretty cool. Again, I don't think of it that way. This is why I am strictly a builder and I don't do mocks because my brain does not see it that way. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. That's why I was like, why is this? I'm not seeing it. Wrong way. Dingus. No, wall, don't come undone. Sorry. Talking about pain in the bum cats, mine decided to come in at like 4 o'clock this morning and start scratching at the door. And then when I finally let her in, she just climbed up on the bed and laid on top of me, proceeded to make the slurpy slurpy sound as she licked herself everywhere. And when I tried to shoo her off, instead of like moving down the bed, not like right next to my ear doing it, she just decided, I'm going to sniff your face until you acknowledge me and let me underneath the covers. So I've pretty much been awake since like 4 a.m. I laid there with my eyes closed, going, I really want to go back to sleep. And I may have fallen back asleep, but only for like 15 minutes. Of course, you know, the 15 minutes directly before my alarm went off. Yellow, red stick. I don't see a oh, there it is, hiding underneath the leaves. So, and this on this leaf, and okay, we're gonna want this to go in front, so we're gonna swoop it out of the way for a second. And then we slide that back like that. Another red leaf. Like that, it looks like. And it looks like they want it to connect from this to this. They wind up all connecting like one big vine, which is kind of cool. Oop. Then I want this in there, and then in here to help hold them all together. A Jolteon. I don't think I have a magnet ball, but we'll try. Oh, I do, because it didn't say I don't. That's how I know if I have a ball or not. It didn't yell at me and say, you don't own that ball. So like this, then this little one on top, here. And we want to put this excuse me, Mr. Bat. I was just trying to straighten you out. So, like this. Then we want to put this. And 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 then we Okay. I'll push this back so I have room to work. Come on, fingers, work. Okay. Right there. I think they want this one more like this, and then like this. Yeah, okay. I was looking for another one to like connect it up there, but I don't see one. Yeah, there's not. Okay. I guess we just use the bat as a connector. Oh, I guess. Like that. And I just put the little librarian lady there, and I just keep knocking her off. But we did this kind of viney in the inside. And those are all pretty normal leftovers. Bag 14 plus a bunch of extra pieces from our 4 extra bags. Okay, so 14. But then let's count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 3, 6. Okay, one of you. One of you. 2, 4, 6 across, and 3, 6, 9, 12, 16. Yep, gotta open the other one. I had opened the 3 of them the other day, Tuesday, but this 4th one, I have the unmarked bags I hadn't opened, so today's the day. Get off! 6 across and 3, 6, 9, 12. Okay, there we go. 2 of those. Those are all black pieces in there. And one brown piece in there. Back to the first one for brown pieces. This one is 1, 2, 3, 6 by 8. Okay. 2, 3 of those, 1 of those. Okay. So, bag 14 plus these extra pieces here. I'd set a goal of 8 bags, but honestly, if we don't get to 8, I'm not worried about it. I'll stream an extra day or do something. I don't know. We're not in any real kind of hurry. We're just kind of floating along. Ooh, we're gonna start on on this piece. On the down here. So we'll put this out again. So they want a flat 3. Ooh, I'm trying to roll away. Let me count the spaces. 2, 11, 12. Okay, I did have the right one in my hand. So, put that there. Okay. Well. Oh, I see what. No? Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I see what I did. I was right and wrong at the same time. So I did have the right pieces in the right place to a certain extent. This is supposed to be underneath. And I just set this like on the... Oh, because I put this up one too many. I will get this right eventually. Yep, that's right. And then we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 on this one. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yep. So we want another one of these. Oh, there. Then we want this. Come on, there we go. And we want it to go like this and be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yep, okay. Things are working. Yay. I get really annoyed that they're just like, hey, yeah, remember the extra piece? Just use that. Instead of, like, putting it in with the, like, piece things. feel like we should have built all of this and then attached, like, to that one spot. We want this like this, then like this, and this. No. We want this like this. There we go. And then this on top. Oh, I feel like things may not all be smushed together greatly doing it this way. So see, it'll close in like that. And this is like that second half of the building. Sorry, I'm trying to get it where I can see and you can see more along the lines that I don't mess it up, like where I am. Let's do that. Let's move these little pieces. There we go. Okay, so yeah, that's right. Then short behind it, then long, then short. That. Okay, 10 little pillars. Okay, there's those. Together. Okay, we want two of the lightest leaves one middle leaf, one red leaf. Oh God. Oh, I see now. This is medium leaf, then an orange leaf, then a dark orange leaf, then a red plant. Okay, so the red plant, or whatever vine, goes right there. The light goes there. And then space of 2, and then right here, like that. And like that. Red goes here.
We have always lurked among you.
Oh, yay, Joe! Okay. Welcome in, Cosmic. I'm happy to see you and sad at the same time, because that means you have not got to evict your baby yet, and I know you desperately would love to evict it. I loved evicting mine. Like, I'm done being pregnant. Thank you very much. I'd like you to just, I completely understand the lack of energy. I wish you all the best. Like I said, happy to see you, but sad at the same time, because that means you have not gotten to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would love for you to be able to have evicted him. It's like a yes, but no. But we really think this, but oh, you gotta wait. Like, it's. Like, just tell me what's possible and forget everything else. Yeah, they're fine. We just want some more. But I do know, especially the further along you get, the more your like those kind of tests or the results from the labs can just like dramatically change in just a little bit of time. Okay, that's. This block looks like semi-distorted. Yeah, like they can change so fast. We're gonna ads in about 30 seconds. Because your body is like dumping all different kinds of hormones, like all at the same time. Oh, that's your sugar levels that can affect like preeclampsia and stuff like that. Yeah, that's not good. That's the protein in your urine. Yeah, that's not good when that one's bad. Either direction, like too much or like none. Yo, that's fine. Yes, I totally understand if you don't want to like put it in the main chat here. I know they get worried when they find proteins in your urine. 4 and 3. I'm not gonna build because we're in ads, but that gets all our pieces together. Oh, all our pieces together is probably the end of this bag. Last step in the bag. Okay, I'm gonna grab a drink. Oh, and hit the stream. Me now. Wasn't expecting it. I was just quick looking at something on the you know your creator dashboard. I was trying to see something. It did not answer the question I was trying to ask myself, but okay. So these are. I'm thinking this is gonna be the last step for this bag, and then we'll have 2 more bags yet. Okay. I gotta find where they're wanting you to put the pieces. Don't fail me now. Lost my goddamn mind. It happens all the time. Actually meant to be. There we go. Am I right? I'm right! It just says 15. It doesn't show any extra pieces. Oh, we're getting technicky. I see little gears and all that kind of stuff. On one hand, I'm like, ooh, I wonder how Technic is going to figure into this set. And on the other hand, I'm like, oh, Technic must not screw up even a little bit. Must quadruple check each step before I press down and connect the pieces. Or they shall never come apart again. Not without, like, taking a lot of stuff apart to get it to, like, disconnect. There you are. That's what we're looking for. Oh, I did the guessy game again, and I was wrong again. Stop guessing, just do the steps. Well, those pieces weren't even in. Gremlin is up. He isn't feeling well at all. I'm sorry, Alex. There's a minifigure, or there are minifigure pieces in this bag, but it has not told me to do them, and I'm not gonna do the guessy guess game. I'm just going to wait until it tells me to build it. So we're gonna take this, and it says stick it in here. So like, we'll see. We need a. I'm guessing that's really, yeah, a gray gear. We need this, and this, and this, and one more this. Here we go. So, we're going to make a ship's wheel. Ship's wheel. I'm going to put it through here. And then we're going to put the gear on the other side. And then we're going to put said ship's wheel right here. Well, we're going to do it when we have the thing lined up correctly. I keep putting it down slightly off, like with the wheel not up and down. There we go. Now when you turn the wheel, ooh, we're gonna have moving pieces. Moving pieces. Here do we have a Hatena? It's a calm Pokemon. Featherbell, Nestball, Cypherball. Well, fine, don't click in. Nobody liked you anyway. Welcome in, Simpsons! Sorry, when I, raided into you, then I wound up having to, like, do some stuff, so I didn't get to, like, sit and just hang out. Oh, no, I put those on wrong. No problem. I am so bad at like those retro games. Really, any game where you have to jump to avoid something, I'm horrible. I am going to get eaten by whatever is chasing me. Oh no, Alex. Maybe that's like a setting where like they set it. I find that every once in a while I have to check certain settings because like Twitch does what it wants and like changes settings. Yeah, Twitch be twitchy. I don't even attempt to understand sometimes why things like that happen. Was it you, Alex, where like it banned Carrot so you couldn't see him? Like it acted as if you had banned Carrot or something like block Carrot, whatever. Because it wouldn't even show you he was streaming. Or was that somebody else? Or you with somebody else? Yeah, it blocked. And I know, like, blocking is not like you simply accidentally bumped one button down here. Like, you have to go through, like, a series of buttons to block somebody. So Twitch does what it wants to do. As we like to say, Twitch be twitchy. Twitch be twitchy. I wonder, I think this is like the Dracula popping out of the coffin. Is what we're building, I think. I know it very rarely tells me somebody has started streaming at the actual beginning of their stream. Like, I always notice that they're streaming, like, after they've been on for a while. Like, I was, for, it'll be like one of those times where I'm actually on and, like, actually, like, chatting with the person, and I don't get that, like, notification up there in the corner that says so and so has started streaming. And then I'll just, like, randomly notice. So, I know the notifications don't always work, or maybe work for everybody is a better way of putting that. Not 6. One of these and a longer. Okay. It wants this here. This here. This. Okay. That looks like all of them. Yeah, like Twitch does all kinds of weird stuff. We have seen many a weird things happen on Twitch. Like settings wise, or just like, wasn't Grand Admirals. It was a while back, but like anytime I tried to see, it would automatically like block what I said and then time me out. And I had to whisper him, and I was like, dude, I don't know what's happening. It keeps yelling at me. And he's like, I had to reset some settings, but I don't know what's going on. But like everybody else could talk, but it was like anything I said, it would be like, this has been flagged for like content, you know, like what I said was like offensive or whatever. And I was like, what the heck? And he had to like go in and like undo all the settings and redo them. And then it finally let me talk. Like I said, Twitch does what Twitch wants. Like, and it very rarely makes sense. So it may not be you at all. It may have just been Twitch being weird. Okay, it says here. Yeah, like it's so weird. Like sometimes it just is funky, you know? I haven't had too much trouble with bots since I started using SiriBot. She pretty much catches them all. Um, and like automatically bans them and things like that. The downside is it makes it a wee bit harder to like report them because she does it so fast. And you don't even really like notice anymore or like see their thing anymore. Which was good. I started using it before like there was that problem where like Lego became a popular channel, and so like people were really getting like hit with the bots because you know, Lego became a popular channel to scam basically. So thankfully I was not hit with that. Oh, this was not a bot. Oh, I always think it's funny that I use a bot to get rid of bots. That's kind of like, whoa, that it was an actual person, not a bot. Okay, now we're going to make our minifigure. It looks just like Jack Skellington, but they put a scarf on it to make it different, so it's not Jack Skellington. Oh, and it has hair. Hold please while I get his hair to click on. Like it's right there. Click. There we go. Getting a little flustered. Yeah, like sometimes it's just so weird. Okay, so here's our little minifigure dude. Our Dracula. Okay, so oh no, I did want 4 of these. 2 of these. Then a tall one or a longer one. He got sidetracked. That's easy to do. I'm not gonna lie. That is super easy to do. At least for me. We call it the ooh, piece of candy effect. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. And then before you know it, you're like nowhere doing what you're supposed to do. Just trying to make this bar kind of even. I can feel it more on one side than the other. Feels pretty even. Chubby was asking me 9,000 questions. And my mom called us if I had heard. Yeah, and before you know it. Okay. We want one down. So. Ooh, look at that. You can make him stand up. I love it. I wish they showed it from the other angle. I'm not sure which way they want it. Like this? I find it okay. So our kitchen and dining room is like one really big room, you know, like all connected. And so I'll be like, oh, I got to do this, and I'll start doing this, and then I'll be like, but I should do this, but I should do this, and then like I'm not done any of the things I should have done because I kept getting sidetracked by something else. Oh, this counter is so I should make dinner. Oh, but the sink is full of dishes, so I'll do the dishes. Oh, this counter is full clutter, so I should clean that off so I have space to work to cook. And then oh yeah, around and round and round. Our living room is just like on the opposite wall of that. So there's like a tiny little hallway you walk down. Like if you come in our front door, there's like a hallway and then our living room, and then that short little hallway is into the kitchen dining room. So it's like one big circle because you can go out the other side. Like if you come in this way into the front door and come in this way, then you can like walk through the dining room portion and go down into our den and back up into our living room. So like I find every house has like this circle in it somewhere where like everything's connected. You just go through each room. Okay. We need some extra plates. I don't know which ones. Maybe this one? Maybe a different one? Probably this one. Plus our last bag of the day, which doesn't look like it has very much. This is like a buddy bag. A sport ball, netball, sunball, feather ball. All the balls can catch a swaddle. Let's do sunball. That's not good. Okay. I think this is what happened last time because I just pressed it once, but it like skipped. So I bet that's what happened last time. That's how I missed that step. Do you have orange juice or anything? It might be low blood sugar because that causes wooziness. Like, drink orange juice or some kind of juice. Apple juice would probably be pretty good too because it's got a high sugar content. I hate when you're looking for something and you're like, I know it's right in front of me and I'm just not seeing it. Oh, there it is. Like I said, I know it's right there in front of me and I'm just not seeing it. Oh, it looks like a handle, like a drawer you pull out. But there's no drawer. Okay, this one was the wrong one. You're not a fit. You're 6, but you're blue. I don't think that fit. There we go. I'll find the right piece in one of these bags. You could call your doctor back and be like, I know we're waiting on those labs, but I've been woozy now too, so should I go to the emergency room? Or maybe they'll get, can get on the lab. Yeah. Well, that's why I said just call your doctor and ask and be like, hey, these are the effects I'm having. What should I do? Oh, I see. I was like, there's that piece, but then they're pointing, but I don't know where I'm supposed to be. How long till Mr. Cosmic is home from his current trip? I know you said he'll be home before Thanksgiving, but nope, you're regular. No idea. Yeah, I know you said he'd be home before Thanksgiving, but there's like 2-3 weeks between now and then. Okay. There. Not before the 17th, okay. Well, if I lived closer, I would totally help you, but I don't think I live close to you. Oh, we're doing more floor. Excuse my excitedness. I live in Arkansas, so I'm not sure I live close to you. Yeah. No, probably not. I would not suggest driving like that. Come on. Okay, I did that right. It may be a come to Jesus with your doctor. Be like, listen, I understand you have protocols to go through, but also you need to understand this is not working. Yeah, like, I understand they got to do things in a certain order, but at some point you're like, listen, I'm not leaving until you take this baby out of me. Yeah, I hate that. Well, no, we're not going to look into it. We're going to do something. There's no looking into it. We're past that. There's only one solution, and that is this baby needs to come out. I had a kind of a wee bit of a come to Jesus. I wasn't really getting the runaround from my doctor. He was a great doctor. I loved him. If he could have delivered all my babies, I would have chose him over and over. But I didn't have him except for the last one. But like, I don't get the okay. So I'm immunocompromised because I'm a strep carrier and other things. So I don't get the flu shot because my body is already fighting something all the time. So getting the flu shot, even though you can't catch that strain of the flu, makes me like have a weakened immune system, and then I catch something else, whether it's a different type of flu or some other bug, whatever. And it was when they were doing the H1N1 shot is when I was pregnant with Boy Wonder. And I was like, no, I can't get it. It's going to make me sick. And they're like, no, if you get that, it'll be much, much worse. Please just get it. And I was like, I don't want to get it. I know what's going to happen. And they're like, please. And I was like, fine. I got it. And I took 3 different Z-Packs. I wound up with bronchitis. I pulled 3 of the 4 muscles that hold up your uterus very early on in the pregnancy. It was just a shit show. And so near the end, I had started to go into labor at like 30 weeks, and then at 34 weeks, and then at 32 weeks. And I was like, Doc. And he's like, no, the next time it starts, we're just gonna we'll just take you right in. We'll do an emergency C-section. If you cannot make it to your like 37 and a half weeks, he's like, you really only have like 9 more days. If you go into labor again, within those 9 days, I promise I won't make you stop. We will just take you in. I put a note in your chart. We'll just take you back. I was like, because I can't keep doing this start, stop. Like, it is, like, my body is already just done. I wound up finishing a Z-Pack the day before I had my C-section. And so they had to give me a shot with, like, this big dose of antibiotics. And then they had to immediately, when he was born, give him a shot full of antibiotics so that any residual cold I still had wouldn't immediately be passed to him from me just handling him. But I was like, Doc, I can't keep doing this. And he's like, I know. And I'm sorry. I should have listened to you and not made you get that shot because you've been sick so much this pregnancy. Like, every time he turned around, I was calling in going, I have another cold. I have another cold. I have another cold. I have another cold. So, it's supposed to do this and close. And we can, if I turn it right, pop the little vampire guy up. I'm probably too excited about that than I need to be. So these are the bags for today. The 8 bags for today. We did like this whole section. We made this little jail cell, which doesn't open very far. And that's disappointing. Oh, I had just one specific doctor. Um, we finished out putting the books on this shelf. We made this and this, added this wall, finished this, added some steps. We did 2 new minifigures. Oh, so when I was pregnant, first pregnant with Fantasy, it was like that. And then I switched insurances and I had the same doctor the rest of the pregnancy, but he was not great. Um, because I am 4'11", I am 1 inch for being a legal midget. Um, there's nowhere for the baby to go. It is literally like the end, my last rib to the top of my hip bone is literally 3 fingers, and that's it. So I have a very condensed torso, like a very short torso. And so there's nowhere for this baby to go but out. And subsequently, like, they quickly run out of room. And so at near the end, I called and I was like, I'm not feeling her move the way I have before. And I understand that the further along I get, the less room she has because the less room there just is. But I did what you said. I drank water, then I drank orange juice. I, did all kinds of things that would normally get her to move, and I haven't felt her move. Can I please come in and you put me on the monitor? And they're like, sure, no problem. So I came in, I sat on the monitor, and like, I was there for probably like an hour and a half. I saw one nurse at the beginning and him at the end, both for like 30 seconds. Her to hook me up and him to go, no, it's fine, and to leave. No questions asked about like how I felt, if I was worried, can you show me on the ultrasound? Nothing. Can you do the heartbeat so I can just be, like reassured? Nothing. And so I was like, I'm not going to him again. And my oldest was born like 8.5 years before that, or he was born in 2002, so like 6.5 years before that in a totally different state. So um we are done with this today. We only did, I think, 1 sticker today. Yeah. So I totally understand the frustration with the doctors. I have had my fair share of frustration while pregnant dealing with doctors. In fact, not being pregnant and dealing with doctors as well. It sounds so like, like, oh, it's just an easy thing to brush it off. But I truly think as women, we have to fight more to get just acknowledge that this is how we feel. Can you check this out? This is the issue I say I'm having. I think a lot of times we're kind of fobbed off like, no, you're just overreacting. Even once you have the baby, especially if you're like a first-time mom, they're like, oh, you're just worried over nothing. You're just a first-time mom. Don't worry, it's fine. But don't brush me off like that. Like, don't act like I'm being super crazy or dramatic. Like, what I'm feeling is valid. And could you please just like help me get through it, or help me figure out what's wrong, why I'm feeling this way, if it's, related to something else. But I think women in general have to fight harder to be acknowledged. Yeah, but then, yeah, like, you're just this, like when I was having, so I had my tubes tied when I had Boy Wonder. And then I still had to be on birth control because my periods were one way before my tubes were tied, and then complete opposite the other, and not in the good direction. So I was still on birth control to help manage periods and period pain. And then like 3 years ago, they got really bad. Like, continuing on past the 7 days, going through like 18 tampons in a weekend, like the heaviest flow I could find, and things like that. And when I went in for it, because I went to the emergency room and they gave me meds to stop it and then made an appointment for me at Women's Health. And I was like, can I just have a hysterectomy? And they're like, you want to have one? Like, why would you want that? And I'm like, because I tied my tubes many moons ago. At that point, I had had them tied for like 11 years or something. I was like, and I never once have asked for them to be untied or expressed any interest in having any kids again. In fact, I've already had to have my right ovary removed because of torsion. And this is like, I'm at my wit's end. I don't need to have this anymore. And there's clearly something wrong because you don't go from normal to a little bit worse to this and there not be something wrong. And in fact, even when they did my hysterectomy, they couldn't figure out why. They're like, maybe when we take your uterus out and it's sent to pathology, we'll find something like a cyst or something, you know, that we couldn't see on like an ultrasound or, you know, things like that. And there was nothing. So they still have no clue why it was like that. Like what happened. Because my hormone levels were fine. They tested them 3 or 4 times at different times of the month to see if something was being triggered by, you know, different times during your cycle. You know, because your hormones do change as your cycle goes through the month. But nothing changed. Nothing was out of whack or wrong. So they still have absolutely no idea why it happened. They just know it did. But they were like, huh? What? You want to have it taken out? Yes. Just leave. I have my left ovary and that's it. I don't have a cervix, a uterus. I had my right one taken out years before that. So, but like as Dr. Pam says, sperm will find a way and babies are parasites. Like, there are other ways to get pregnant still, because people have ectopic pregnancies where like the baby attaches to like their kidney or their small intestine. Babies will find a way and so will sperm. But like having chronic pain and stuff right now, I know that I have, you know, on multiple occasions had to fight to get any kind of like to get them to take me seriously about anything. Like I went in because I have problems with, like I was in a car accident and I broke my tibia, my fibia, and both the metatarsal balls. And I had severe soft tissue damage and I have nerve issues because of it in my leg. And the one doctor flat out told me, well, you should just be happy you can walk. Don't worry, eventually it'll be so bad you'll be on like that cancer pain medication because you'll develop a nerve disease, a nerve condition. And he thought like that was a totally like nonplus, like, I don't know what you want me to do to help you. You just should just deal with this and be happy with how it is. And I went right on down to patient advocacy and told him what he said. And they're like, he said what to you? And I was like, you heard me. And they're like, no, we'll be addressing that. Like, you have a shitty bedside manner. That's not how you talk to people. Your job as a doctor is to help people. Even when it may seem like there's no real way to help them, like, you can't just say that. Like, in that tone, in that way. Like, just be happy. So what that you're in pain. So this is my, my fancy diamond art travel kit. I may have a wee bit of a issue. And this is my special diamond dot pen. You can, if I could move this grip, you put the wax inside the pen. So you just have to turn the end here a little bit and then it pushes out more wax. Oh, yes, I love them. I bought my mother-in-law a similar kit a couple years ago because she'll go like do diamond dots at her friend's house. And I was like, this way you can put your stuff in the little things and take it with you and not have to worry about them spilling. You know, she would go sit and do they would watch TV together and do their diamond dot project. So I bought one for my mother-in-law a couple years ago. And then when I went to go visit Steele, I was like, oh, I want to take stuff with, but I don't want to, like, a little, as a little glue thing. I didn't want to worry about losing stuff or whatever, so I bought this. It was less than $20. And it came with, like, all these little containers. So these containers actually click together. That's cool. But these will, like, they fit together. So you can snap them together and put, like, 2 different colors out. But I'm not brave enough to have 2 colors out at the same time. I'm definitely mixing them up if I do that. But it came with, like, extra little pens and a bunch of glue. It came with this little collapsible funnel thing. So you can put the colors in the little jars. And then it just folds up. It collapses to take up, like, no room. Yeah, it came up with, like, tweezers and this little thing to, like, smush it, push it so that the lines line up. Yeah, a ton of the little extra diamonds. Oh, don't get me started. I'm OCD and I can't throw craft supplies away. So I have, like, 1 million little Tic Tac containers labeled with what color they are. Because I typically do, it's called, the brand is called Diamond Dots. And so, when they say this is color 803, it's 803 through every pattern they make. So I keep them in case, like, I spill and I, like, lose diamonds, like, because you can't really pick them up without picking up every little piece of dust with them. So I would have extra or whatever. If I accidentally use the wrong color on the wrong number and don't realize it, and then, I've used, So, yeah. I keep them all. I'm trying to figure out positioning on my desk. There we go. And I've been working on this one slowly, and yesterday I was just like, no, I need to finish it and be done. So I only have a very tiny little bit, like, in the center left to do. Go over there, plastic fine, floor's fine. I'm trying to see if I can... I don't know if turning the brightness up really helps. You guys see? Nope, that doesn't help. But, like, it's just this little patch right here that there's some to do left. Oh, I have a way to fix that, Simpson. Okay, it's not in here. I have it, though. I think... Is it over there? I cleaned my desk up, like, a week ago, and things got put places, and now I have to remember where those things went. Like, things got new homes, and then I forgot where the home was. Oh, it's just next to it, I think. There we go. Found it. I bought this light board, so I'll show you. I plug it in the right direction, What are you doing, you silly Knigget? That is the right direction. Are you the wrong plug? Because that's possible. Nope, yours are back there. I thought this was this one. Check in the box. No. What did I do with it? Well, anyway, this plugs in, and then you press this button, and it lights up. And then when you stick it underneath, it makes it really easy to see. All her stuff is mine now. Yes, I had a smaller one that was probably like half the size. But when you do these bigger projects, it's a pain to continually like move that little one around. I mean, I still have to move this one around, but like that tiny one is like gets real annoying real fast. What did I do with it? I don't know where it is now. I'm gonna have to. I thought I left this plugged in there because I thought it was this one, but maybe it's not. Yeah. Oh, it is. I guess I was just not at the right angle, but yeah. So then I stick this underneath here and it makes it real easy to see which numbers I still need to do. And also it changes brightness so you can see. Yeah, I only have that little bit there where it's kind of lighter. But I was like, I don't honestly know how much time will be left after I do the bag. So we'll just do this and we'll wing it from there, you know? We'll figure it out. There's my pan. Yeah, I usually have this at like max brightness, like this. And the thing at max brightness, and together I'm like, oh, I can see. But I did like so many rows in on the side, each side, and down from the top, and then I was like, okay, this is it's left in the middle. Just do it. Let me change my thing to makers and crafters. Makers and crafting. Update. Did she have an art lamp? Because I love those. I have. Because you gotta have the most light possible, man. Because sometimes these, like, it is hard to tell, like, one from the other. All the light. All the light. We got a shuckle. What are we on? P. Letter P's. And I'm horrible. I love doing them, but I have no idea what you do with them when you're done. Literally, there's not enough wall space in my house to... Yeah. They're all in little Tic Tac type containers over. I found... Okay, let's see if I can find it now. I'll show you these, if you want to I keep them in case I spill, and then, you know, like what came with the kit, like I spill and then you can't really pick them up, or I make a mistake. So I use, oh, come on, work with me here. I use these. And I just stick the number on. And I don't really save the ones that are from like the cheap Amazon off-brand. You know, they come from China or whatever. I don't really save those dots. But the ones that are specifically from the Diamond Dots brand, I do, because they're used, like I said, 803 is 803, the same color on every design they make. Every kit you buy. And so I have 4 of these containers full. I probably soon need to get a 5th one. But they look like little Tic Tac containers. Yeah, and then, you know. What are you doing? Silly music. But I keep them, one, because I lie and tell myself that I'm going to make my own patterns. Like, because you can do that. You can buy the stuff to make your own thing. Uh, it's a lie I tell myself. Or in case I spill or I accidentally use like the wrong color at the wrong spot and I don't realize it, because that's happened before. Then you have to either pick them all off or try to figure out where you use. Because sometimes it's, you know, like one shade apart. And you're like, oh, I messed up, but don't ask me where. So if I do that, then I probably have the number. Yeah, it's a lie I tell myself. I'm never going to create my own patterns. I'm sure there's some super easy thing out there where they're like, drop your picture in and we will create the pattern for you and then go. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. It's a lie I like to tell myself that I'm probably going to do it, but I've seen some people, they take their extra ones and they like put Mod Podge on a pen and then they put them on the pen to like decorate the pen and then add more Mod Podge, you know, once it's all done. And then ta-da, you've got a bejeweled pen. I like doing them. I have a big Mona Lisa one to do too. I bought it when Joann's was closing. I have. You can tell your mom about these at Michael's. They're 3D ones. So you do both sides of the little acrylic piece and then you slip them together and they make a 3D ornament. I have magnets. I have coasters. There's so many things you can diamond dot. We're going to have ads in about 30 seconds. They will run for 3 minutes and then we will be back for the last hour of stream. Who knows what we'll be doing? I don't. But that is nothing new. We will be here doing the things. I was at the store earlier buying the stuff the nutrition suggested for the boy, and I still forgot to get broccoli for tonight's dinner. So I get to go to the store again. What's worse, I was in the store going, I know there's something else I need. I couldn't think of it. We are officially in ads. I don't worry about them when I do this because you guys aren't missing anything. I'm going to check my phone though because it was like an explosion of notifications all of a sudden. It's just the squirrel dancing on the banister. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, I was just quick replying to a message. Now it's telling me I have something. What? Oh. It's like rewards available. By rewards, we mean start a quest. Hey. Hey, rude. We're still on letter P's. What was it in carrots? Boop? 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 Hey. I just twisted you, so I know I have wax. So it's not till March, but I already told Crazy I'm going either by myself or I'll take a child. I don't care. But Bad Flower is coming very close to us, and I am going. Yeah, they're going to be at a tiny venue real close to us. So I'm going. I'm also the person who considers an hour close, so it's acceptable distance. Come on, turn over. My poor husband, he sits here and has to listen to this like jingle jingle as I scurry the thing to get them to turn over. Luckily, he's deaf and doesn't really hear anything. He can only focus on one thing at a time, so if he's playing his video games, he probably doesn't even notice this noise is happening in the same room as him. For me, everything is about 35 minutes. Yeah. Like, we live kind of in between two, like, we live in a city, but, like, a small, like, little town. And so, like, the two bigger towns on either side of us are about 20 to 30 minutes away. And then, like, the big city is, depending on traffic, anywhere up to an hour, you know, because at like rush hour traffic stands still on the highway, it's gonna be a while. But depending on which direction you're going, if we were going into the city, it probably wouldn't be that bad. Coming out would be a nightmare. But any kind of concert venue is gonna be at least like 45 minutes to an hour. And I'm okay with that. You know, because again, traffic, it depends on traffic. We used to live in North Dakota, in Grand Forks, North Dakota, which was an hour and a half from Canada, for reference. And Winnipeg was an hour and a half past the Canadian border, so we were roughly 3 hours from Winnipeg. And town was 30 minutes away, because we lived on the military base, and there was nothing. There was like a Domino's right across the highway from the base, because it would deliver to the base, and then nothing for like 30 minutes into town. Like farms, that's it. Only place I've ever lived where when they said bad winter weather was coming, nobody automatically ran to the store for milk and bread, because they were like, okay, it's Tuesday then. When the temperature, when spring hits, they would do a recap. How many days were under -40, like were colder than -40 degrees, and how many days were colder than -50 degrees, where you could get frostbite by just going outside. Don't touch metal door handles, you'll get frostbite. It was frequently -40 or more below for like 3 to 4 months out of the year. We would have a blizzard on like Easter and Mother's Day. It was actually, so we wanted to go to Alaska. But we wanted to go to Eielson, not the one there at Anchorage, but the one closer to the North Pole. And technically it was colder than Anchorage, Alaska, there in Grand Forks, North Dakota. It's Grand Forks, North Dakota. And when we would tell people we chose that base, they would go, why? Because it's cold. And nobody expects you to go anywhere or do anything when it's cold and there's 60 inches of snow on the ground. We loved it. We almost decided to retire there, but then about 6 months after we got there, my father-in-law died. So when it was time for retirement, my husband was like, let's go back to Arkansas, be close to my mom and the rest of our family. But initially, we had intended to retire there. The crazy thing is, it's negative like 30 outside, and the kids are still having recess. They're still going outside. They put their snow boots on and their snow pants and their winter jacket and their hat and their gloves and their scarf, and they still go outside for recess. It had to be below a certain temperature, then they wouldn't be allowed to go out and have recess. They would just have it inside. But they were told it was part of the school attire. Snowshoes, snow pants, hat, jacket, glove, scarf, the whole 9 yards, because those kids are going outside to play for recess. And truth be, those kids would have the high o time. They're out there climbing snow mounds and sliding back down them. They would just have the best time outside. Because many a times you would see like people move there and they were like, snow pants and snow boots are on the school supply list. Like, is that a real thing? They have to have them? And we're like, do you know where you moved? They're gonna need them to go to school to begin with. You don't need to like buy an extra set to leave at school, but they're going to need to wear them anyway. Yeah, like they don't care. They're like, this is the best thing ever. We had like those little kits you buy to play in the sand? I was like, I imagine they work in the snow just about the same way. So I had donated one to my son's class, and the kids would just take it outside, and instead of building starfish with sand, they would pack snow in it, dump it out, and then build another starfish, and then pack it, and then build another one. Like the shovels work in the snow the same way they do in the sand. And so, when summer was over, I would always look for the ones that went on sale real cheap. And then I would donate them to the school. I'd be like, here, like to the kindergarten classes and stuff. I'd be like, here, the kids can have stuff to play with in the snow because it all plays the same. Like Target or Walmart put like the sand kits on sale super cheap, or even like Family Dollar. Because we weren't that far from Minnesota. Like, literally, we were just about on the border between North Dakota and Minnesota. It was like 30 minutes to get to Minnesota. And they were like the state of 1,000 lakes. Right, so at the end of summer, I would always like grab the super cheap ones, and then when school started, donate them. This, like, it would keep the kids occupied. Did I just dump more when I finally finished all the peas? Oh, nope, there's two more peas. But it was so funny. The first year we moved back here to Arkansas, the first winter got cold for here. It got down to 0 for like a day or two. It was like 0 or 1 degree. And they don't have lockers at the school. You're just supposed to carry all your stuff with you all day. So my daughter, I bought her like one of those fleece that like reflect your body heat back at you. She had one from where we lived up there. And she just wore that to school. And they're like, you need a winter jacket. And she's like, and carried it around with me all day? No thanks. It's not that cold outside. And they're like, it's 0 degrees. And she goes, it's not that cold outside. We used to do the experiment where you'd put boiling water in a pot and then take it outside and throw it, and it would turn to snow, like instantly. As soon as you threw it up in the air, it would turn to snow. You have to live somewhere where it's going to get cold, though. We did it when we lived in Nebraska, too, I think. But if you live anywhere that gets relatively cold, you can do that. It's a fun experiment. Come on. I said it earlier, but I know people come in and out. We're probably gonna play Satisfactory on Sunday. So if anybody has that game and likes it and would like to join, feel free. We need to knock them out. Come on, there we go. I don't remember if I asked you or not, Alex, but I know you talked about like how you and Joe keep getting sick. Could your house have mold? Like, I don't know if that's something you can ask to be done, like a mold, like a mold spore test. Oop, there's a 7 and another 7. Because it could be like in the walls and stuff and you not know it, like it not be visible, but like in the ductwork and things. Because it was a problem when we lived on the base here many, many moons ago when Fantasy was little. She was like highly allergic to mold and she kept getting sick and sick and sick like over and over and over again. And we asked them to mold test the house. And it turned out there was mold in the house that you couldn't see. Like it didn't look like on a wall, it didn't look like there was mold or anything. It was just like in the ductwork and things like that because it is very humid here. And when we lived in Virginia, a bunch of the houses had the same problem because we were right on the Potomac. They had lots of problems with like the houses getting mold in it. I don't know if that's something you could ask your landlord to check for, or even like the housing people. Or bring it up with your doctor and see if they think there's a likelihood of that. Oh, it says I'm connecting to chat. Welcome in, Crazy. No, my bit rate's fine. Must have just been the way it is. Sorry, Cosmic. I don't think I just cleaned my bedroom. I don't think I ever saw a midwife while I was pregnant. It's always just doctors and nurses. I know there were. Also, keep in mind my youngest is 15. It's was a long moon ago. It could be like mold you can't see. Um, and if you're like highly allergic to the mold, then it makes you susceptible to like catching all kinds of things. Like just continually getting sick over and over again. It's yeah, like I said, I mean, midwives weren't really a big thing when I had my last one because it was 15 years ago. They really started making a comeback after that when people started wanting to go back towards more natural births and things like that. I just wanted the drugs. Knock my ass out. I'll see the baby when I wake up. I just saw my doctor. I think I might have seen a PA once or twice. Not as like the main person for the visit, but like you see a nurse or whatever in the beginning with like that kind of stuff. At your stage, it doesn't take much for the energy to be gone. I'm just tired thinking about the state you're in. Like remembering how done I was. I will admit, like, I am not the person to talk to if you want to talk about like happy, like, oh, being pregnant was like the best thing that ever happened to me. I hated every second of being pregnant. And I still had 3 children. But yeah. I hated every second of being pregnant. Yeah, some people are like, "Oh, I love being pregnant. It was so like I felt so connected and it was moving." And I was like, "Not me. not me. I'm like, listen here, you little parasite. You need to get out. I can't wait to evict you. That's not to say I don't love my children or anything like that, but I hated every second of being pregnant. And some of it, most of it probably has to do with my size. When you are less than 5 feet tall, there is not a whole lot of space for this space. Like I said, I have a really short torso. Like, I guess if I had shorter legs and a longer torso, it wouldn't be that bad. But I have long legs and a short torso. So it was just bad. Like, there literally was no space for this tiny thing to go. But it was gonna find the room even if it was uncomfortable for me. Yeah, like, even if you, no matter how tall you are, if you have a short torso, there's not really anywhere for this baby to go. But it's gonna find the room one way or another. Even if, you know, you're extremely uncomfortable in the process. When I was pregnant, we were somewhere and I called the baby a parasite. And this lady got really mad at me. She was like, they are a blessing from God and you should be thankful. Do you know how many women can't get pregnant and would love to be in your shoes? And I was like, lady, all those things can be true and I can hate being pregnant at the same time. One does not negate the other. Like what is it? I know what you're talking about. Those ones, I swear to God, they're not really cough drops. They're just candy you put in your mouth to make you feel better. No, listen, sometimes venting just makes you feel better. It doesn't change anything or really get anything accomplished, but you just feel better because you got all your emotions about it out. You can word vomit to me in Discord anytime you want. I am happy to be there for you. It was a Krabby Patty? What's a Krabby Patty? Oh, sorry. I got yours and Crazy mixed up. Yeah, the Ludens. Yeah, I swear to God, they're just cherry candy you put in your mouth to make yourself feel better. I don't think they help with your cough at all. I mean, other than the fact that, like, you're probably producing more, like, saliva or whatever, so you don't cough as much because your throat is lubricated. But, yeah. I've not had the Krabby Patty candy. Did she have fun trick-or-treating? Oh, there's one already on there. That's why I can't get another one. Oh, it's not one. It's like a piece of one. One went flying somewhere. I'll find it later. So we went to my mom's house, but it was too cold and windy to go walk around. So we went to a friend's house and the kids played. Hey, whatever works. We went up in North Dakota because it's cold. Like for trick or treating, it's cold. Um the one mall would have trick or treating inside the mall, so you would like essentially just walk around the mall trick or treating. Like it was like a 3-level mall, and you would just do. Yeah, when they were younger, I would try to hit up all the like trunk or treats I could before trick or treat night. One, to get more use out of their costumes because they're crazy expensive. And two, they don't want to walk that far. Welcome in, Teal. I hope you're doing well. They don't want to walk that far on trick or treat night, and they sometimes get scared depending on like the other kids' costumes and stuff. So I would hit up as many trunk or treats as I could pre like Halloween night, and that way they would still have a bunch of candy. Right? Fancy seeing you here. I'm doing good. I was hoping I could finish this, but it's probably not going to happen. At least on stream. I will finish it, just not on stream. Why is it every time I think, I'm like, oh, this won't take long on stream? It is undoubtedly much longer than I thought it would take. And I'm not like talking about like stopping and talking or whatever. Like just in general, I have no concept of how long things take to do. I'm like, I just have to do this quick thing. An hour later, oh, it wasn't quick. And I'm not done. Yes, sticky gem art. I just really have like this little square left to do, and I still have this little square left to do. I think we've done 3 colors of the little bit of square I had to do. I do have these fun Christmas ones to do. So they make 3D. Yeah, one more row. One more row. One more chapter. A lie I don't tell myself anymore. So you do both sides of this little acrylic thing, and then if I can pick it up now that it's on top of the beads, and then they slide together and you make an ornament. Obviously it slides further down, but it wants to peel up the paper, so it doesn't want to because of the paper. Like, but you make these little 3D ornament things. They have all different kinds. These are trees, and then they have ones that look like snow globes, and they have ones that look like presents, and I need them all like I need a new hobby. I see your brick text, crazy. We're working on this little TV. So we did this. Yeah. Theoretically. There's the step. This is the latest gift with purchase. It's a little TV, and you can put 3 different scenes in there. Right, but that would require moving, and we're not moving right now. We are just sitting and vegetating. We're not getting up and doing and moving. Nothing that requires moving. I forgot what symbol I was looking for a second. Time to twist. almost. Almost. That's like when you're reading, like when I read like the big long books, I'm almost done. I'm 75% done, but there's 20 chapters left. So it's still almost. So this one content creator, she never shows her kids, but she talks about parenting teenagers. And she goes, "My daughter does not know the difference between asking if she can do things and running things by me." She goes, "I'll give you an example. Last night she comes to me and goes, 'Me and my friend are going to the movies at 10:30 on Friday.'" And she's like, no, you're not." And she's like, "Yes, I am. My friend already has the tickets." And she goes, "We already have tickets." And she goes, no, your friend has tickets. You have a curfew that starts at 10 o'clock. How are you going to the movies a half an hour after your curfew starts? Like, a half an hour after you're supposed to be home. You gonna use time travel or something? She goes, apparently she doesn't know that. And she's like, "Girl, I fund your life. You must ask permission, not run it by me. You're not 18. Yeah, you're probably much faster than me. I'm okay when I get like when it's the same thing in a row over and over again. But if there's like different like steps within the row, then I'm like, let me stop and make sure I do this correctly. And what she told, I didn't really have a curfew either. Yeah, like stuff like that. Yeah. I didn't really have a curfew, but I also did not have the best mother in the world. Um, she didn't know where I was a lot of times. Oh, my mom was totally not strict. Honest to God, she didn't know where I was most of the time. And she didn't ask. Until I was in like 11th grade and we moved kind of inner city from where we lived in the suburbs. And then it was like miraculously, like, you can't go out, you can't do this, you can't do that. And I was like, this is not any different than I've been doing like my whole life. And she's like, "Well, you can't now. We live somewhere else." And I'm like, it's a little late to step up to that parenting mantle. My best friend was a guy, and his mom was a night nurse at an assisted living facility. We were both frequently left alone all night. Like, I would just sleep over at his house, and that was it. Like, nobody asked any questions. We never, like, did anything, but, like, who knows what we could have done. His mom's like, as long as you're not on the news and I don't come home to a trashed apartment, I don't really care what you do. There's money for dinner on the table. Have a nice night. I never really like, I would come home and my mom would be like, "Where were you?" And I'd be like, "With friends." And that would like be the end of it. But often, so we lived in an apartment above my grandparents. And so oftentimes I would just come home and go to our apartment, and she would spend the night at my grandparents' apartment with like my brother. And so they just didn't know. She wouldn't like come up and check or call or anything. So I guess she just assumed I was home. The school wasn't calling her saying that I wasn't there that day. And my teachers all said I was a joy to have in class. I was lovely, except I talked too much. And I was getting good grades, so I guess that's where, like, it ended. I did end up, I mean, I was pregnant, but I was 18 technically when I got pregnant. I was still pregnant my senior year, but I was technically 18. That's because I think for dads, your daughter winding up pregnant young is like the worst thing they can imagine. My mom was 25 when she had me, or 24, sorry. But I'm pretty sure my mom's got something going on upstairs. Or maybe it's just the way she was raised. She was like the youngest of, like, I don't know, 6 or 7 kids. And she left the nest for a while with my dad, but he was abusive. And then she came home with 2 kids, and she never left again until both my grandparents had passed. So, like, she was always the baby. She was 48 and still the baby. Which, I mean, in theory is true, but I mean, like, she was still treated like the baby. Like, I don't think my grandparents ever really kind of made her stand up on her own. Or maybe they were scared because the first time she left, she wound up in an abusive relationship. Who knows? But for whatever reason, she was still just kind of always the baby. And actively treated like the baby. I mean, 24, 25 is still young. Depending on like circumstances and things like that. But I mean, definitely some younger. You see on like those daytime talk shows where they're like, my 14-year-old is pregnant and I'm ecstatic, and I'm like, I'm not saying you should not be happy, but also I have questions. Or some of the girls on social media. I'm raising 3 kids and I'm 21. I was like, whoa, when did you start having them? That one looks like it's 6. Of course, with social media, nothing's actually what it looks like. You know, they only show the best take. I like the one lady, she goes, once a week, I take you on my tour of my house, and I don't clean. So you can feel better about the way your house looks. She's like, look at this. This is my 5 loads of laundry that still need to be done because I didn't feel like doing it. It's just like a mountain of clothes. She's like, dishes. I did not bother doing it today, and I don't care how you feel about it. Oh, remember those 5 loads of laundry I showed you? Here's 6 that need to be folded. She goes, I've decided I'm not doing that. I'll sort it and I'll put everybody's laundry in a basket and drop it off in their room. They can do it. Or they can let out a basket until I wash again. I always tell people, you can come over, but be warned, I haven't cleaned and I'm not going to. Like, it's not dirty, like, dirty. It's just the dishes need to be done, and there's probably a pile of laundry in the kitchen that actively needs to be folded, but I'm not doing that. Like, you can come over and see my house as it is, or you can make an appointment and I'll clean. But I'm not like running around like a madhouse at the last minute. There's dishes that need to be done. There's probably laundry that needs to be folded. Could the floor do with a sweep? Probably, but it's not like dirty. It just, I have a pet. There's chances are there's pet hair on the floor somewhere. Or a treat she didn't quite finish. Like, there's probably catnip all around her little scratch pad that I poured it on. Like, the house is not dirty, but it's not like showroom ready. Was it the Christmas before last? My sister-in-law and like we hosted like the family, because we don't get together on Christmas Day. I don't go places on Christmas Day. Wherever I am is where I'll be all day. Um, but she came over and she's like, you still have like a Halloween doormat and Halloween like door hanger on your door, like it's Christmas. And I was like, I don't take that down. That stays up year long. This is a haunted house. I hated it too. My mom would take us to our grandparents and then her sister's house. And sometimes then we would still have to like switch and go to my dad's house, like, because he had custody. Like, because every year it was like split on Christmas Day. So we would either be coming home to my mom's house or going to my dad's house on Christmas. It like split halfway down the day. And I hated going from place to place. So I'm like, I'm an adult. It's Christmas. I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, you would have to leave them because you'd have to go to somebody else's house, and your parents like, don't take them. You'll get upset and you won't want to share, and then if it gets broken, you'll be extra upset. I just got all this shit and now I'm not even allowed to play with it. I have to just go and watch other people all day. So no, we don't do that. We get up, and since I have 2 teenagers, it's not even at the butt crack of dawn. It's probably somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, actually. And then we open presents. And I make breakfast after that. And we eat breakfast and people shuffle through the shower. Whoever needs to shower. And then depending, certain things take longer. Like, it's okay, time to get the ham in the oven and then whatever else. But I don't go anywhere. I don't go anywhere. We would, when my husband was active duty, we would have people come over on Christmas Day, like single airmen who you went out and got your course. You caved. Like young airmen or whatever, or single airmen who couldn't travel home to family and didn't necessarily have people to hang out with. Sometimes we'd have a couple of them come over on Christmas Day. But I was not going anywhere. I take that back. We did go somewhere. It's our tradition that so I make like a bunch of cookies. And we take them after we eat breakfast and get showered and dressed, whatnot. We go to whatever, like, if at the time we were living on a base, but now we drive to like 20 minutes to the base, and we give the gate guard at each gate that's open and at the fire department on base a basket of like cookies and stuff. Yeah, like, I hated going from place to place to place to place. Like, just leave me alone. So, as the adult and person in charge now, we don't go anywhere. We don't go anywhere. I tell people they're free to come over, but I ain't going nowhere. I see your brick tacks. I just noticed I need just one of these. Ooh, and I remembered where it was, because usually then it becomes, and where did I see that? But yeah, I hated that as a kid. So we don't go anywhere on Christmas Day. Like I said, sometimes people come to our house, but I don't go anywhere. Last year we went to my brother-in-law's for Christmas, like a couple days before Christmas and a couple days after Christmas. But again, I didn't go anywhere that day. We kind of did the same thing. Got up, opened presents, did the whatever. But we didn't like go anywhere per se that day. So we put these little white ones on the end. And that was our step. Last year and then this year for Thanksgiving, we're going to friends of ours that we know from when we lived in Nebraska, and we'll stay there like Monday through Friday and then come home. But oh, let's not start another color. It's almost pumpkin time. Okay, we need to find somebody new. So if any of you have a new person you'd like to suggest, I mean, you might not know if they're new to me or not, but you can suggest people and I'll let you know if they're new or not. I try to do like raid into somebody I know and then raid into a new person, like alternate streams. Because otherwise I have a horrible, like, I will just raid into people I know over and over. I should probably unplug and move my PC. That'd be a good idea. Okay. Raid channel. Same category. Ooh, this guy is 3D printing elves. Oh, that looks so cool. Another guy is making mugs. Ooh, rugs. Journaling. Carving templates for something. Okay, I'm sold on this first guy because that just looks cool. I mean, we're literally just watching the 3D machine print, but I don't care. That looks cool. So I'm gonna go to the stream ND thing, and then we'll do, if I can put my fingers on the keys correctly, shout out to QUBE_creative. Then grade QUBE_creative. Yeah. Thank you everyone for hanging out, for watching the build, and then this slow motion of diamond dotting. I feel like we didn't actually get like anything done, but that is okay because I don't really care. Oop, that's not what I meant to do, silly thing. If anybody's interested in any of the little things I've crocheted and posted pictures of in the Discord, for like Christmas presents, let me know. I will get you a price, and you can order Christmas presents, and we both win. If not, that's fine. Thank you for everybody who hung out. Whether you're here for 5 minutes, the whole time, whether you chatted or said nothing, I appreciate you. I will be back Sunday playing probably Satisfactory. Last Sunday we played my son's game. I think we'll play my game this week. But feel free to join us, or you can check the game out on Steam and see if you like it. I like it. It's got great replayability. I should probably press start right, or I'll just sit here talking forever. I like the game. You get to make a factory, and you don't have to fight animals. You get to collect resources. There's no bag of holding, though, so that sucks. But you get to create a little truck and zoom around in that, so that's cool. And it can hold stuff. But yeah, that's what we'll do Sunday. I don't know. Thank you all for being here. I hope you have a great rest of the week/weekend. You know, I'll see you in your stream, somebody else's stream, maybe back in my stream on Sunday. But I appreciate all of you, and every time I come on, I totally expect nobody to be here, and so I'm stunned every time there's people here to talk to. I just totally intend to talk to myself for however long.